Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 9th of March 2026. There is a condition of increased day rate margins across the board here, so be careful about that. Check with your broker. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I don't multitask well, and so I capture everything I'm watching on my monitors in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. Works out pretty well for me. And the reason that I stream from now, 8 o'clock in the morning, every trading day until 1500 or the cash close is to ensure my commitment to take no trades off the stream. I don't want any kind of, I want there to be full transparency and accountability. So any trade that I do take is recorded, book map on my voice with the IRT, with the screen capture and my narration leading up to the trade, etc. Now, having said that, I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and I don't mean to do that. That's not my intention at all. However, if you think about it for a minute, this is my virtual trading journal. So I do anticipate trades. I go in detail the trades that I have vetted and that I'm looking to trade. And, when a trade presents itself, I put it on. So I don't know what to say there other than it's not for financial advice. If you see something that looks, interesting, that's up to you. So all the times on my charts or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. By the way, there is a disclaimer in the description here, so read through that about financial advice. It's the usual thing. And it's true that, past performance is not indicative of future results, and you may lose a lot of money, especially trading futures, because it's heavily margined. So there we are. Well, it's, what can I say? Other than it's been a regular rodeo here on the overnight. We were down at one point. We had a huge sell-off. If you notice over here, here's the overnight open, straight down within a few seconds. We had at one point a sell-off of 135 handles, more or less, give or take. Here's Friday's RTH close, or low, I'm sorry, 67.15. And our low of the night was 55.85. So 84.5. Do the math. There you go. Now we did trade back up and reclaim a bit of that. Now we're off again. We never did get back to previous range. And so I'm expecting a gap down open. And my version of a gap is previous RTH range, high or low, compared to or in relation to the current RTH open, wherever that would be. So if we opened right here, it would be 74.25. That would be the gap low. And here's the gap. I got the wrong initial. Sorry about that. It's the gap high. Sleepy. That's all there is to it. And if we don't gap, I just take that flag off. Simple. POCs down here below us from November. Yeah, it's quite the interesting turn of events with all this Middle East dust up going on, and they have I'm not sure if you could call it out of control battlefield situation on their hands, and then they're busy, encouraging military action in Latin America and taking over Cuba. And Jesus, it's like it's pretty crazy to me. I don't know, but there you have it. So, oh shit. There you go. I wanted to make sure my stream is trickling down the hill here, and it apparently is. Okay, so let's get on with the numbers here and the reports. There are none, essentially, but let's go through it. So my news report and my news services that I rely on, do what you like, are investing.com. They only deal with traditional economic calendar events, non-farm payroll, PMI, GDP, FOMC minutes, those kinds of things. This is a pretty flexible platform. I like it because I like the format for copying and pasting into like Discord room or whatever. You can filter it for any place you are on the planet and any reports you're interested in. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you only want to know about the Nikkei, there you go. Another thing that's pretty interesting to me is you notice how if you hover over an event title, it changes to a URL. So if you don't know what household spending month over month is in Japan, you can click that and know all about the previous releases and whatever else. The only thing we've got coming out today is a consumer inflation expectation for February, and that's the New York Fed. It's only a 2-star, but I would think that's a pretty interesting number to the Fed right now. So, having said that, also we're in earnings. That just continues to grind on, but nothing really. Hold on, I'm going to sneeze. Ooh, sorry about that. Hope I got the mute on, or you're deaf. Either way. Hewlett Packard. I don't know, half of these guys. It just keeps going on, and it will. God damn. All right. And the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. It has a similar docket function here. And the right column, damn. Sorry, I guess my wife put sneeze powder in my coffee. Whew. Okay. Back to the business at hand. Financial Juice. Right column is more of a squawk box, kind of an active running total, and this is a docket. Now, notice something here. 1430 Trump Roundtable. You will never see this kind of a event or, press release or press conference or Bissent is talking about something. You'll never see those in investing.com unless it's well scheduled in advance, like State of the Union or something like that. And so I really appreciate that Financial Juice pulls those into the calendar. This wasn't here this morning when I stepped into the office. They pull these in throughout the day. They're not traditional economic events, but I hope you realize, if you've been around trading at all, that in this current environment, these kinds of things, specifically Trump, not to pick on him or be, make any political statement, but can have any offhanded comment can have a huge impact on the auction. And we are risk managers. Your goal as a trader is to manage your risk and grow your account. These kinds of things can have a serious impact on the auction, i.e., increased risk. Right now, we're in increased marginal risk based on all this dust up going on in the Middle East. Instead of traditional day rate margins, everything is up. Earlier in the week, last week, right when the first attacks happened, the day rate margins went to full nominal, full maintenance. In other words, $40,000 for the NQ for one contract, $26,000 for the ES in your account. Otherwise, it's margin call. So You know, it's serious stuff we're doing here. These are serious times. Sometimes we don't take them that way, but that's how it works. So let's move on to the pre-market now, which is more interesting and hopefully not as depressing. So quick overview. Here is the market profile. Now this is the micro ES. These are micro. All these are micro, except this is just the mini ES, the market profile. I don't change it back and forth. And let me say one thing about the investing.com, investor RT, I'm sorry, which is my charting package. If you look at any of the charts in the header, there is my chart name. Who cares? Doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. There's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can easily, quickly see what that is everywhere. This is the MES. There was just Friday's RTH close. Here was the open on Sunday night. 135 handles later, we're down here. They brought it back up just a little bit, and now they're kind of waffling back and forth across yet the ETH Open. There's no question about, unless something miraculous happens in the next 20 minutes, that we're going to be opening in a gap down, gap rules situation. But quite a recovery here through the overnight, based on the new Ayatollah, I guess. And this is the NQ. And this is the micro composite chart. Now, I also plot the exact same things for the minis, okay? Get those right. Now, let me go back here. And this is a school run Monday, so I'll be in and out and doing stuff here for the next few minutes until 9. I take her to school, and then that's about an hour round trip. So here's, well, you see this little white nub down here? That's where we're trading currently. And there's a previous RTH session. Oh, I didn't do this. Look at this. Didn't do my job here overnight. I don't know what I was thinking about. There we go. Wonder if I forgot that on the other one too. Hold on, that's pretty stupid. There's other things going on over the weekend. So let me just quickly check that out. Yeah, look at that. There we go. Okay, these are the, now let me get over here. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES. This is my high time frame column, or high time frame chart. And essentially what this is a daily candlesticks and the RTH session. Now, wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite high MCVPOC and these high and low volume nodes. And I'm having a sneeze-a-thon going on here. Holy smokes. These high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap, and the POC, etc., I manually enter in Bookmap. The session prices are also pushed automatically to Bookmap. And let's look at Bookmap then. So here we are again. Here's yesterday's session. There's Blue Boy. There's the open of the ETH. And then here we are right now. You'll notice that I have already entered the gap low, which is a previous RTH. I think I talked about that. So Bookmap, the dome columns, market depth, ladder, whatever you want to call it. These are resting or limit orders, resting liquidity. These are not trades. This is the MC column, where these note things that I enter manually. And these are the high and low volume nodes over here, which will be pushed automatically. There's, of course, none where we're trading now. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is the full session or Globex. It's not the ETH. RTH delta and volume profile will reset this morning at 8:30. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. And this is my statistics column, which is pretty important. We'll talk about that in a minute. These are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap to IRT. The heat map, you'll notice there's no indicators. I try to keep things as simple as possible and only price, data, volume, and probabilities. There are only a couple of lines on the chart other than, developing value area high, previous overnight high, or the overnight high, the previous RTH high or low, normal stuff, just abbreviated. There is a POC for both the full session and the RTH session. And the POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So over here at about 4,900, we've traded the most contracts in the overnight at 35.75. The minute one of these other prices has more contracts traded, the yellow line will go there. Simple. And it does plot continuously, so you can get some reference ideas to where it's moving from and to. There is a Globex VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. There's also one for the RTH. And there's an RTH mid. So there you go. Then these lines are normal. There is sometimes confusion around the initial balance, which I can't show you because it's right under the previous RTH low, but it's designated by this green line and it's initial balance low right there. That is nothing more complicated than the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. The next thing I do is the statistics, which, as I mentioned, are important to me. And let me go check on TAM real quick here. So that they are, the first thing we do is establish the open type, and there's only 4 statistical open types, and in this case it's real simple. Friday was lower out of range, was a gap down, as will be today. If we were to open right here, right now, hey Anton, morning, what a weekend, huh? And if we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, we're lower than the RTH close, so it's out of range. And how would that compare to the previous RTH close? It's obviously lower. So it's lower out of range. And that's going to be the same statistics as was Friday. Now, where am I? The statistics come from, hope your son's swim meet came off swimmingly. Here's the open range, lower out of range. Real simple the way these work. The system looks back at 1,691 trading days. Of those days, we opened 250 days lower out of range. Of the days we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.4 times. Overnight volume point of control 74.4. Whoop, and that's all there is to it. Overnight low is 71.2. And I'm just going to go down the list. That's all. I'm just going down this list here. Next one would be the IB high. Wow, we're never going to get close to that. 68.8. Now, this is the IB low. So The IB high is way out of limits here. I'm not even going to look at it. The overnight mid, 68. Actually, that kind of raises my eyebrows. That doesn't seem normal. Previous low, 66.6. I don't know whether we can see that or not. Oh, yeah, here we go. 66.6. And now it's the world famous time for the world famous TLab snap. And the TLab is hold on, this is why I use the system for my journaling, because I don't multitask worth two hoots in hell. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B. And every day at about 8:20, I post this tab in there. I originally started it some long time ago to try to provide some extra numbers for people that didn't have the same kind of charting. And to be honest about it, it was kind of selfish because I noticed that right around the open every day, there'd be a flurry of what was the POC? What was the POC? Was, a bunch of questions like that. So I thought, well, if I just push this in there a little bit early, maybe that would help. And it apparently did. I also share my session prices if anybody cares about that. So, or that would be helpful. So that's the purpose of this chart. Now, Tom is well, let me say this. First of all, it's sponsored by Bookmap, of course. So, wow, I bet. Yeah, swimming and carrying on for 3 days. That's amazing. Wow, yeah, it's been a tough, and margins are way up right now also. So, I'm just standing by watching, getting ready for the school run here. Yeah, I'm talking to Anton up here. Sorry about that in the chat. So, hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? Yeah, it's been a crazy weekend, and the short answer is to the TLab, you're never solicited for anything. And also, Tom has, been trading for about 46 years and quite successfully. But I have to be honest and say he doesn't trade live in the TLab, nor does he call trades, nor have I ever seen any indication of his trading. So I take it on faith, right? That I was around there long enough to believe he's telling the truth and he is what he says he is. But I can't, if somebody said, okay, prove that to me, I couldn't do that. And I have to be honest. So there you go. Check it out if you want to. I don't recommend any of the other Discord or Bookmap Discord places because I don't find them to be, they're typical. The second word out of the guy's mouth was, buy this, sell that, my mentorship, something else. So, and you'll never have that happen to you in the TLab, I hope. And there's a good crew of people in there too, which is another real plus. And it's pretty much adult, it's not like Romper Room or, bells and whistles and bullshit like that or stuff like that. Sorry. All right, TLab, that's what we're with. Now let's get back to the business at hand here, which is huge drop on the open. We're clawed our way back up. We're still, now this doesn't look like much, but that's 25 handles gap down. We were at one point last night, we were 135 handles down. So, it's not all roses out here, and we're still in elevated margins. I've gotten 3 AMP emails through the night where First was elevated CME and Eurex, and then it was energies, and now they've reduced the requirement a little bit on the day rate here. So, but it's still elevated day rate margins. It's not the normal spread. Okay, let's see, where the hell even am I now? I'm not sure. TLab, pre-market. Okay, typically we're going to open gap rules, huh? So gap rules say the following. Again, they're old market profile stuff, but if we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted in range, there's a good probability we trade across the range. If price is not accepted in range, football, what's the alternative? We're likely to continue in the direction of the gap. And yeah, I realize how vague all that is. Relatively early in the session, what is that? I mean, I've wondered about those things ever since I heard about it. But that's gap rules, so there we are. And we're going to open here in about 4 minutes. It is School Run Monday, and I'm going to take a swath now and make sure ahead of the open here. I have no idea if my volume profiles are going to reset right or not. I've bitched and moaned about that enough, and I'm going to be right back. Two minutes, huh? Well, let's see what the hell happens. I have the trade control. That's something I forgot to even mention here. In order to trade, that's probably something that would be pretty handy for most people. In order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel. And you do that by clicking this button. And then selecting a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you use the chart select option, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you use DOM, it's the DOM columns, and both is, as you might guess, both of them. Now, I'm not going to be trading. I'm going to have this turned off because it's a school run and it's elevated day rate margin. So there you go. But let's continue on. The first thing that I need to do, if were I to trade, is I make sure that the trading statistics, if you're using that, is on the account you want. Then select whichever. I particularly use multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is employed. And we're going to open here in a second. So we'll continue this in a minute. Well, they're at reset early now. That's pretty amazing. but not the delta. I can't get everybody marching in the same direction here. It doesn't look like. Well, I guess we'll do that. Oh, what the hell is that now? That's not fun. No. That beats the living hell out of me. I thought it reset normally. I'm so sick of this. But anyway, so there we are. I'm now going to change the, we're open, by the way. RTH session is open. I'm getting rid of this so that I don't accidentally do something stupid, and no comments now. I'm going to change the charting to RTH session only so that the session levels maintain the proper relationship to each other. Here's our open. There's our gap low. We did claw a hell of a lot of it back. You never know, huh? And there we are. There's the overnight and there's the open. And again, the open. Savvy. Yeah, this is just crazy. Crazy times, boys and girls. Crazy times. I do this to maintain the proper relationship for the session prices. For those, quite a few people that use them. And I'll explain the difference here in a second. Okay. So they're not even visible here, but the developing value area higher low is for the current RTH auction. Or current auction, doesn't need to be RTH or ETH. The value area low or high represent the previous auction. Where is one? There you go. The previous auction. Now, up until a minute ago when we opened, this was accurately representing Friday. The minute we opened this RTH session, had I not changed my IRT charting, this would be representing the overnight, which is not what anybody that uses these session prices expects. Therefore, I change it. That's the end of that. Okay, there's the IB high, the IB low. Again, nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Yeah, we're going to close the gap. What are we going to do? Okay, so the open is right there somewhere. It's this pink guy right around here someplace, I think. I'm going to put that right over here and go, yeah. That's going to be the low. How low can you go? I'm not awake yet either. Well, sort of. Pretty sure that pink boy right there is the open, but you never know. So there's the gap high, there's the gap low, and here we go. We haven't done anything. Yeah, the open. Okay, all right, wizard. Okay, I'm going to keep my eye on TAM and see what's happening. Depending on how you're trading or whatever else your account's all about, make sure your margins are okay. It's not stupid like, maintenance, 40,000 for the NQ or 26 for the ES. It's instead of 400, 800 or something like that. So it's not drastic. But I wouldn't be doing anything anyway because it's a school run here in a few minutes. So I don't know if I up to speed open. Yeah, we are. Gap rules. Got those in there. We've talked about that. Pretty quiet, huh? For opening swing and stuff. That's pretty amazing. I'll be right back. Okay, here comes nothing. What are we doing here? Got no taper on the bottom, so I'm expecting they're going to explore lower. Not much of a responsive buy towards closing that gap. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think anybody else does at this point. What's a little more disappointing about that is I think the people that ought to know about it don't know either. You know what I mean? I think it's okay if I don't. There are some around here that seem to be a little lost also. Yeah, there's a lot of a lot of concentration, or 39.25 area. Definitely a consolidation area right here. Well, I better get Blue Boy on the job, because we both know he's that lazy. That lazy guy's out doing something else, chasing girls or whatever. That, of course, for those of you who aren't here frequently, for the sake of the stream, is nothing more important or than a visual clue for me, or cue. When I glance left, if I see Blue Boy over here, I know I've got the entire session in view for context. There's that sell-off you're looking for, Anton. For example, and it's just a vertical line that I put on the start of each session. I'll show you in a minute. Right there. There's the ETH. Here we are with the RTH. So there you go. Now we've got the IB high, developing value area high, ETH high. What happened to my ETH high? Where did that go in the stats? $31.6. Well, that's not very likely, is it? I'm going to, there's the TLab snap, if anybody cares. This 64.5 is from the, I think the 11th, or back in November. So yeah, we're doing the dipsy doodle here. I'm gonna kill this chart in case you guys need it for something. Take a snap, or forever hold your peace, or just let me know. It really burns up a lot of resources, I've decided, which contributes to this gapitosis that or lagatosis that we have up here. And I'm, tired of talking about that too. So, oh, so what would you say the context today is? Oops. A little bit of responsive buying just to fake them out, and then alley-oop. Down we go. Okay. Oop. Okay, 843. I'm going to restart the map of books. Oh, wait a minute. I better see what's going on with the opening range stuff. Well, nothing so far. I've done a bunch of goofing around over the weekend. I'll talk about it later when I get back, maybe, if I remember. Get rid of the fractals over here. Activate the initial balance trades over here. Come on, there you go. Still struggling here. Come on up there. There you go. I'm just getting things opened up for the. There we go. It won't even remember that now. I don't think I have anything over here. I think if I was a good boy, I got rid of all this stuff. I closed these off on the weekend. Yes. Okay. So this is assuming I could ever show these rules. There you go. This is the initial balance trade, which is the vetted setups that I've come up with. These are the rules. I'm going to send this chart has nothing to do with the trading system other than it accurately represents the levels, and I can see if stuff is happening where and when I think it should. I'm going to send this to the chart, and I'm going to get rid of these two things because it just draws lines all over everywhere. Now, if a trade presents itself, it will be graphed on this chart. It will not, this chart having nothing to do with the actual trading system. I do this because Antonio and Anton know I'm going to be out playing hooky with the gal here in a minute. 15 of them to be exact. Yeah. Hopefully the margins will be reset when I get back. They're still elevated. I get AMP is real. They seem to be quite diligent about, updating those. The last one I got was at 7:41 this morning. Before that was 23.50 last night, and then before that, the first one was at 17.50. So that their risk management desk is of course open 24/7 once the market is. Okay, now having all this stuff done, I'm going to restart IRT, and hopefully those lags will go live at somebody else's house. Go find some. I hope those lags will go over to Sierra charts or something. I guess your guys are aware of the fact that we have Iran has appointed the new Ayatollah, which is the Khomeini's son, 56 years old or something. So that I'm certainly not a student or scholar of Iran, but according to sources, they say ground news and stuff that I believe not to be all spin. That signals continuance of the hard line, and I don't know what'll happen. I got no clue. Excuse me. I have one clue. I know that I'm out of here in 10 minutes. Okay, let's see what happened now. Let's start thing again. I don't know whether you guys use the session prices or not. I don't remember it, frankly. I had a big back and forth with Ned last night over from the TLab. There was he was having some questions about it, and I confirmed the uploads and the file. We were afraid that somehow let me start over. The session, I pushed the session prices. First of all, on this that you guys see here, this is all internal, right? Why am I going to push it up to Google and back down to here? It goes Google. And then I have another one that works off of these exports right here that goes straight up to the Google Drive. That's the link that I share for anybody else that wants those session prices. We were afraid that had gotten corrupted somehow. And after close scrutiny, we decided that it had not, and the numbers were right. So there you go. I hope they are. I mean, obviously, I only do that to try to help, not confuse. Okay, no lags. I'm liking the hell out of that. That seems to work every time. Oops. I guess it's a memory hole, would be my guess. And now we're going to get on some Mookie over here. Antonio likes to dance while he's trading, so we got to make sure that's okay. Gonna have piano this morning. I'm gonna take a quick, I'm being summoned to the other room, so let me see what's up. All right, what happened? Are we rich yet or what? Ooh, I be low. How low can we go? Yeah. Okay, let's see what's up now. Who's on third? I don't know. Whatever that. Abbott and Costello, I think, was who did that originally. They didn't think that closing that gap was a whole lot of a good idea, right? They took one poke up here and went straight down ever since. And of course, it's only, 25 minutes into the session, so obviously meaningless. All right, I'm going to gear up here and get ready to hit the door. I'll be back in about an hour. You guys, you make a whole lot of extra money you don't need, just throw it over on my side. That'd be cool. I think everything's putting along okay. I don't see any panic attacks from anybody, Ned or anybody else, so I guess it's running okay. Let's see here quickly. Static. Jorgensen. I missed a good opportunity with him over the weekend, damn it. All right. Good luck. Don't do anything stupid. That's my territory. Be back in a flash. About an hour. Well, that was fun. What happened here? Ooh, still didn't close the gap. So if you got your mean reversion hat on, you're doing great. Hi, Panda. Yeah, we got to go see what's wrong with Bear. Yeah. All right, slide into the yeah, okay. We'll get on the music story right now. Wait, there was one I used to do, but I don't remember how I found it. Let's do some jazz. The hell with it. What's going on now? What happened here? Who's on third? Roundtable 1400. Trump speaks at 1535. Those are being added in. That's great here in the financial use. Fuego. There we go. Yesterday he said he thought was going to send in troops. I guess not. Okay. Poking our nose up here to the gap. And it looks like we're going to close it here in a minute. Margins are still up. They haven't rolled them back yet. I guess maybe they won't. Yep, almost closed the gap. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So there we are. Actually not sure if I want to include Friday in this micro composite or not. That's why I had not done so first thing in the morning. Just barely closed that gap. So was this an IB high? I guess it probably was. Let me see if that thing's doing anything over here, anything good for itself. Get rid of the fractals. Yeah, there's one. Just a scratch, but okay. What happened here? Nothing. Why is that not showing any of the oh. Okay. Well, that would have been an IB continuation trade and or a bar trade to the upside, if I'm reading all this right. Breakout and retest. And closing that gap. The IB statistic has been taken. Right there. This elevated margins and stuff's annoying. I think I know what I forgot to do here yesterday in my haste. I forgot to clear the statistics, previous statistics. That's where this is from. That was pretty stupid. I don't usually do that kind of thing. And there we go. Taggaroonie. And I was not firing on all cylinders here. Pretty stupid. Unbelievable, actually. What I forgot to do, obviously, was to clear the stats from last Friday, which I imagine there'll be a bunch floating around up here, like this kind of stuff. And I just normally clear the column and then put in a new set, right? That was pretty dumb. Too many things going on, I guess. Fortunately, we're way the hell below it, so it's not going to be a big matter, but previous close is somewhere 40.6. I don't think we're going to be getting up into previous. If we get up into Friday's territory, that's going to be one hell of a comeback. Oh, 06 here. Okay. Yeah, if you're working the bar trades, I'm not the pro here, but I think it would be this is the breakout. You know, I find that drawing tools to be really hard for me to deal with here on Bookmap. Basically, this distribution there. So there's the distribution, the breakout, the retest, and up they go. So this is your target down there, and the sixes is just above is just at that retest level, I think. But I was supposed to spend some time going over this weekend with Jorgensen, but then he only pinged me yesterday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was long on to something else by then. Well, we can officially change these colors to black. The gap's been closed, but not by much. Revisited, yeah. Okay. POCs are all lined up down here. VWAP, mid, RTH VWAP on the IB high. Looks like you might get your wish there for 06. Unfortunately, the NASDAQ is working against you there. It's pushing out the top also. I'm pretty surprised they haven't rolled those margins back. This hasn't been exactly a volatile session so far from the looks of it. Let me just, wait a minute. What's up, buddy? You don't like it in there today? Okay. 43 to, oh, well, that's a pretty big range. Actually. Oh, here they come, back on your sixes. Good. Hold on. Hoping for the best there. Funny how there's all these little distributions going on here, isn't there? So you got your six. Good for you. There you go. Good man. Good man. So is today going to end up a buy the dips or sell the rips? That's what we don't know yet. I'm still out of the business here, off the trading. Until I see something from the broker. So this is, that's why I keep this open at the moment, so I can make damn sure that it is what it is, and I don't, have to be worried about some unintentional clickage. So yeah, this is one of those where we're using the T1 scale. That's why we got 0 ticks down here. It's actually 12 positive. Or no, it's actually 0 ticks in this case. What I mean by that is that I'm using the trail. These are the stop T1, T2 at when we achieve T1, 12 ticks, stop trails to break even or entry. Now this old indicator here that I use, which is the only one that exists in IRT, I believe, which is called I don't want to do that. That's the wrong thing. It's called the something trade system or whatever else. Trade system. This indicator was built by Chad Payne a long time ago, and it only looks at one target. So it doesn't compute or total up the two. It says 0 ticks here because when we achieved T1, the stop scaled to entry, and so when it came back through entry, it's a 0, it's a scratch, but in reality it's 12 ticks. So any one of these kind of things when you're looking at this, just if you give a damn, if you care at all, whatever that number is add 12 ticks to it, whether it's a win or a loss or a scratch. If that matters. Well, nice call on that 6s, man. You just took it right down to the previous RTH high, and looks like we're going to balance there. Nice trade. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, on a major level is also providing some support. I don't see a lot of negative delta, frankly, but I mean, there's 328, there's positive. We do have a bunch of resting liquidity here down to about 97s. Oh, I was going to mess around. I never got around to messing around with the footprint. Yeah, what is it called? I forgot. Custom something or another. I forgot that. Yeah, a lot of... BC now. What am I doing? Adding? Jesus, I need to go back to bed. Apparently, I can't keep focused. Got what I figured out the other day they call the footprint is, to be honest with you. Oh well. Stick with what we got going on. Definitely a bar trade. And this I really was looking forward to talking with Jorgensen this weekend about. We were going to do a live call on Discord about these bar trades because he trades them a lot and is successful with them, very much so. I realize that's what we got going on here around this distribution, right? But I'm always fuzzy on which way you take it, and he's got different most of it is discretionary. I will definitely say that. I don't know how I could ever code it to get a real statistical determination about expectancy or, you know, any of that kind of thing, because that's obviously you can't. I don't know how to code well enough to be able to interpret discretionary crap into a, you know, into code. Of course you can, you know, that's how they, I saw something over the weekend, 82% of all trading now is done algorithmically, especially high time frame. So, yeah. That's a lot in our markets, apparently. I have no idea. It's not some stat I know. I just regurgitating something I heard. Yeah, that's why I realized you were talking about footprint. That's why I was trying to remember what the hell they called it. Oh, man. Volume scope, huh? Okay. Volume scope. Let's see if we find volume scope living around here somewhere. Well, the more stuff you can strip out of where you're going, the better off you are, I would say. I mean, and obviously if you're successful, like I say early on, I hope I said it today, but maybe I forgot, you know, the purpose of this stream is my virtual journal. This is, you guys know, but anybody else that comes by here, this is absolutely not intended to be a my way or the highway thing. This is what I'm doing at this point. And if you've got a better system or an idea or suggestion that is consistently profitable, do two things. Absolutely do not change. And number two, drop something in the chat and let me know immediately. You know, so yeah, you know, Anton, if what you're doing is working, who gives a shit whether they're stops and icebergs, you know? Who cares? That the point is that what you're doing works. That's the point. That's the point. So here is what IRT is calling their bookmap, their, what the hell happened there? Whoa, where'd everybody go? Oh, wrong one. Oh, okay. What they're calling their footprint chart. Not quite a footprint as far as I'm concerned, but it's around every bar. And there's a big table you can throw down at the bottom. I thought they had a more, I'm pretty sure there used to be a more, traditional footprint chart. I know I said this last Friday, but I remember very definitely when I was with JP, we had a regular footprint, you know, and you read it across because obviously bid is lower than ask, so you had to go up one, you had to read horizontally or diagonally across to get the spread, and this is not even remotely that. Now, this thing has got more settings than Carter's got pills, so I don't know. Maybe I don't have any of it set up right. But I know for a fact there used to be a regular looking footprint chart over here. I'll have to play with it. This is what they've got going on now. And this is just, you know, my chart. To be honest with you, I don't even see a last price. Okay, here we go. That pretty much sucks as far as I'm concerned. I don't even see where price is trading. That's not very handy for me. Yeah, boo is boo. Well, I'm not going to figure it out now, that's for sure. Boop. There we go. Now that would be a breakout and then coming back for a retest. In my opinion, I don't know. I mean, I was going to say something, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. So there's this is the consolidation, pretty obviously, and the breakout, and then the retest, and then where is it going to go? Obviously, it's going up. I was getting ready to say, in my opinion, I would think they would begin to test it lower, but show you what I know. Well, I was looking forward to talking to him. And of course, the other consideration is how big and where do you draw the bar, or the as I understand it, it's around a distribution here, right? Or fractal, or whatever the hell you want to call them. So essentially, we're talking 07s, 02s, and then this would be the breakout and the retest, and I guess there you go. Bob's your uncle. 10 handles. I'm thinking that my initial reaction is to think go in direction of context, which would be up, obviously. Hey, buddy. And that would have been a good one. I'm only talking about it because it's there seems to be the go-to strategy kind of amongst a couple of the fellas, and Rod and Jorgensen and Harrington a lot, who are very profitable over in StatTech. So it was pointed out to me. And I've got to very definitely come up with and add more plays to the playbook. You know, just having the structured trade of the initial balance isn't cutting it. And I got to turn this thing around and get consistently profitable to, contribute. I'm not losing any money, but on the other hand, I'm not making any. So I've got to get this fixed, or, wrap this thing up and close her down and do something else. Much as I hate to say that, but it's reality, right? And I only need one small trade a day. More than enough maintenance for what I need. Have to do like Antonio and switch. Well, first of all, it's pretty tough to be consistently profitable in a meaningful way with micros. But on the other hand, it's risk management, isn't it? Double-edged sword. And there's a double top, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, here's the way I look at this. You know, shoot your best shot. What's that look like? Flat as a board, eh? No excess. If you want to believe, value. And there you go. In my opinion, that's an unfinished auction. I would be flabbergasted if we don't have more upside. Just purely visual. We've got value area, out of value low side, taper down. The auction is not a real drastic taper, but the auction came to a conclusion. Looks like up here, looks to me like it just just got shut off. So I would fully expect it to go higher, both NQ and MES, I should say, and MNQ. I don't know what the hell this looks like. Same idea, of course. Oh, how funny. Well, that's pretty freaking weird. Look at the difference in the value areas. And out of value. I'm very surprised. Huh. That's pretty weird to me. It's just reversed. Completely reversed. NQ remains the same. Oh, we go to hell. That's pretty weird. I've said this before, and I'll say it again for just, you know, not those who are, you know, not the normal regulars, but passers-by here. Some people I know in various places, the TLab or Statistical or whatever, one or two guys, they'll watch the minis and trade the micros. And I don't understand how that can work because the values are off, different. There's a perfect example. Look at the difference in the value areas here. Now, price is essentially the same. But oftentimes it's not. There could be meaningful differences in like the high or low or something like that. So I don't know how they get away with that successfully, frankly. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm surprised about that value area. That shocks the hell out of me. I'm wondering if something's wrong. I'm starting to think something's goofy with the system here. Huh. That is pretty weird. Yeah, I think we talked about this last week. I traded range bars also, and I think the time I remember using range bars exclusively was Trade Evade. And I think it was because the Renkos didn't have wicks. Their Renko didn't have wicks, I believe. Not that I really hear me talk about them or trade about them, but yeah, range bars, or what do you use, a 9 range or 13 or something like that? Some mystical deal that you pick out of Fibonacci numbers or something. I guess maybe if you set your range bars up for the average true range, the, you know, the daily, that might be something. Speaking of true range, what's going on with this story over here? I haven't even looked today. We've been consistently over $1.20 on volume, and now we're at 3 points. This is 3 points on a 1 minute, 3 points average true range on a 1 minute bar. These are both MES. $12 ticks, or 12, yeah. So I guess that's 4 times the average. Or ATR for a 1 minute times 3 or 12 times 4. I keep these things on bars because of the rules. I specify things like open and close and high and low, and that needs to be in the 1 minute time frame. I don't know the impact of setting up a system around range, a backtest system around range bars, to be honest with you. Maybe something like that'd be a good idea. There you go. Why didn't that change? Oh, it's thinking about it. See, it's recalculating and it gets its knickers in a knot and then it falls on its ass. Oh, I suddenly have big lags going on. That wasn't a very good idea, was it? And here we go out the top of that. Here we go out the top. Ah, damn it. Should have left well enough alone. That wasn't a smart idea. We got a little pop up there and took out a few stops, 702 of them. Which is, I mean, of course, everybody in their right mind, all the people picking the tops here, looking for lower ground, is going to have their stops living around up here somewhere. That ain't exactly rocket science, I guess. There we go. Finally it recalculated the range. So there's what the range bars would look like. I'm going to go back to the Rincos here. I'm going to go back to what I had. Rinco 12, was it? Or was it 6, I think? Now it'll have to stop and think a while to recalculate that. Well, now we've got some excess on the top. Not much, but a little bit. So maybe that'll make them happy. I wouldn't exactly say we're being greeted with open arms into Friday's range. Seems like they're struggling quite a bit. And of course, if you're a rearview mirror trader and you've got you've been blessed to have that vision in advance. What a mean reversion, huh? Or more than a mean reversion, but it just keeps on going. 60 handles. 60 handles. Damn, it's 11 o'clock already. I tell you that 1 hour cool run or plus, it bites into it. What's going on in the world? Anything? Have we blown up something else? Can't keep track. Seems kind of funny to me that the news cycle is so short, and it seems like the attention span of some of the people generating the news really talking about Iran, talking about it, attacking, using military to attack Latin countries, and let's annex Cuba, and Jesus Christ, let's get one thing done at a time, huh? Pretty crazy. And now Trump is going to combat oil prices. Okay. He's got Putin now thrown in behind him, and I suppose China will be next. This thing could get out of hand in a big hurry, I think. I think it could get out of hand in a big hurry, if it isn't already. Well, everybody's making money but me. Antonio, have you retired yet? Or what's going on in your world? I guess he's probably busy. Yeah, he's busy at TLab, I suppose. I got to do some stuff here. I used to have my market profile set up to with all, the IBs and the one time and all that stuff. Pretty sure that's what this is. Let's see if I can. I don't have the 150s and the percentages over here working. But yeah, that's for sure. And I've, rolled over and wussed out or whatever else. I realized that the value area is one standard deviation, and it's not, and that's not 70%. But I just figured, Tom and everybody that looks for that and figures on 70%. I just gave in. I think it's 67.8 or something like that, actually. Really? Letters we got, the profiles we got, price levels. Yeah, I don't have them activated. Well, they did have opening range, however. I'm not gonna do that. Up we go, Kokomo Joe. So my original theory about the breakout and retest has been, I will be anxious to see, well, I guess I could look. Maybe Jorgensen might be online, I don't know. He's one of the guys, I don't know what his real name is. He's one of the guys at Static. There's only a handful of us. Well, Rod's talking about the IBC, and I don't see anything out of Jorgensen except for early this morning with this micro composite. Oh, there we go. He and Harry are, I guess it's EMT. I don't know what you call them in Canada. They both live out in the boondocks in Canada and work out of the same station. Pretty cool, pretty rewarding, or admirable, I guess is a better way to say it. VPOC migration. Now that migrated a long time ago on my IRT. Way back here. Oops. Way back there. At about 10:46. Almost, well. Oh, what time is it? Oh, man, 11:16, so 20 minutes ago. That's crazy. My thinking is that it's based on whether the volume profile resets properly or not, because that's where the POC is calculated off of that, but I have no idea. No, I haven't watched one of Tom B's streams in a long time. I never did watch them live because of the time, right? And I was trying to focus on here. Well, I probably did way back when. But what I used to do was watch them in the evening or try to, and kind of trade bookmap along with them. And then I don't anymore. I was I was thinking that it seemed to me a lot of stuff was structured trades, and I could never pin anybody down on the data, frankly. Seemed like that became a catchword. You know, I have a vetted setup on the IB trades, and I can prove it with the data. So that's where I'm coming from. Now, Rod uses different kind of data, and Harry and those guys, they'll do like what percentage of time does price revisit the POC once it migrates outside the IB or something like that. They don't have all the granular details about the, which I think are part and parcel of a real back test. You know, the rules, the entry, the setup, exactly. Because if it's, in my understanding of statistics, if all of the parameters in the subset of occurrences is not equal, they're not statistically significant. You got to throw them out. So those kinds of stats where they do that doesn't look to me like real statistics. It based on, you know, statistical significance with like expectancy and stuff like that. I don't that, and maybe I'm just goofy, which is really possible. But until I think otherwise, that's where I gotta go. You know, apples and apples. Yeah, well, mine did too a minute ago. I mean, IRT had done it some time ago, but now this one has done it. I think that if you're going to run a business or try to develop a business based on a probability, then you ought to be calculating and identifying the probabilities correctly and accurately. And that's how I understand you're supposed to do it. So I'm going to keep doing that until I find out otherwise. It's not working magically, so I'm open to suggestions, absolutely. It was doing great until about the middle of January, and then it fell on its ass. So, see. And we've talked about that kind of thing in here a lot, you know. Antonio and I, especially, like Peter, we're always joking about the VPOC migration trade, because neither one of he or I have ever been able to figure out the parameters to actually trade it successfully. And guys like Peter K say, you know, I do that all the time. The minute it migrates, I go whatever direction it went. Wow. I can't figure out any kind of statistics that show that's even remotely profitable or a positive expectancy. So I don't know how the hell they do it. And I'm not saying that Peter doesn't trade successfully and live and is a good guy. I'm just saying I don't understand. It's not his job to teach me, so I wish I did, but I don't. But I don't. Keep getting all this goofy stuff. Getting things pop up here. What has that got to do with me? they're talking. Didn't matters worried about the Europe close because we went on daylight savings. There we go. Look at there. There's another bar breakout, I guess, huh? But you see, that was a retest from the top, from the bottom up. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? Assuming that. Oops, where did my mouse go? Assuming that this is the breakout, is the consolidation, and there's the breakout and the retest. You know, I don't know. That's my problem. Well, that's a problem. Now that fits nicely with the VPOC migration. Yeah, there's a lot of discretion is obviously, the eye of the beholder, right? So, what? I need to be more method driven and more have some hard points in there. And I'm not, obviously, good for Tom. He's got a successful gig going with Bookmap, and he's, I'm sure, making money, so good for him. Oh, wow, look at him go. Damn, aren't I disappointed? Yes, I am. Look at him go. Big lag in IRT. I'm getting really over that, I'll tell you. Really over that. Yeah, well, with a call and $5, you can get a coffee, right? It doesn't help much. I don't know. That bar thing has always looked pretty vague to me, but the jump out as far as obvious was the initial balance trade, but it's just one, and now it's, you know, no hope of another one of those today for a long time. So I need more in the something more and something dependable and something that is more frequent, like the initial balance trade. At least it's every day. I suppose a bar trade seemed to be pretty every day. Obviously the opening range trade, but I haven't been able to find any one of those wizards that, you know, talk about how wonderful it is. It's amazing to me. That's kind of where I started getting in a rabbit hole, and so I quit. But that's this this thing here. These opening range trade and opening range fade and all that stuff. All you see on YouTube and everywhere is people with all these thousands of ones that are the best that ever was, and it's amazing to me that I have yet to, I code up and trade and look back and do a back test on their exact specific rules. And I've yet to find one that's profitable. It's amazing to me. I mean, if I had a simple strategy like that was profitable, I'd post that bad boy up there as quick as I could to try to help people out. I sure as hell won't post one up that I know is bogus. It's the weirdest thing. And they come off with just, you know, like they're your best granddad or father or girlfriend or whatever. You know, pick one, whoever's doing it with their baby in the lap and all that shit. It's crazy. I wonder if I'm nuts and I'm missing something, but I listen to the thing, I listen to it over again, I realize exactly what the rules are. I code them exactly that way, and it's just crap. Strange. Real strange. Assuming only that it's as, you know, like Iman and people say, those guys just do that to get more subscriptions and they really make their money on subs. And maybe that's it. I guess. Well, if you want to be you know, exact with the gap rules, we have not been accepted in range, certainly not in value, and looks like we might be getting booted out of there. So let's see. I mentioned early on at the, you know, in the pre-market, the gap rules is like all the stuff in trading. It's all vague. You know, yeah, the market's going to, how do you predict the market? I predict it's going to go up or down. Well, yeah, no kidding. But gap rules, if we open in a gap and if we close the gap relatively early in the session, big qualification, relatively early. What is relatively early? Anyway, and if we are accepted within range and more specifically previous value, there's a high probability that we'll trade across the previous value. If we're not, the price is not accepted in range and value, then it's a high probability that would trade back off in the direction of the gap. It's about as almost meaningless statement, but that's the gap rules. And it does, they do bear out if, oftentimes, but that's the human nature of it, right? That's the monkey boy thing. We are so good at seeing patterns, confirmational bias. We're so good at rationalizations and that stuff that our monkey mind, can really, you remember every time that the gap rules worked, and you don't remember all the times they don't. And, that's human nature. That's built into our wiring. I don't believe we'll ever get over any of that, FOMO and any of that stuff. Risk aversion and desire to be right. What I try to do is just be continually aware of that, of what's going on in my mind. If I notice, the minute I notice monkey boy is playing around in there, I put him out in the backyard, because there's just no, I think that's the kiss of death, at least for me. And as I said, you're never going to get rid of it. It's been, cooked into our wiring from evolution. That's what I'm thinking. Here we are, 11:36. We closed the gap, definitely. We haven't been accepted any place yet. We're kind of flopping around, but that bar trade worked out good. Yeah, I agree with you, Anton. I don't trust them, but I kind of as an exercise to code stuff up the way various ideas. I thought, well, as maybe if I got, maybe I would be lucky and find one that's telling the truth. And in the meantime, I'm practicing up and coding those things for backtesting and whatever else. Absolutely not one of them worth a shit that I've come across. And I certainly haven't done a lot of them, but, all different versions of them. And they're making money somehow, because some of those people have been in and around YouTube for years. I can remember years ago, back when we were still living in KL, I see some like the Peachy Trader Gal and those people seem like nice enough people, but when you try to put what they say specifically into rules and backtest it, it's just junk. I would love to be proven wrong. found an interesting thing. Anton, you're very familiar with boat life being in South Florida, I assume. That's how I ended up down in Fort Lauderdale in Miami area, was living on a sailboat. But Harry, one of the guys in Static, and I believe Jorgensen both, because they both live out in the middle of no place near Quebec somewhere, sent a picture the other day where he trades strictly with Starlink and says it works fine. I'm amazed, but he says absolutely doesn't seem to be any problem at all. Which my initial thought immediately was far out. Put that babies on a sailboat and you got your home, you got your business, you got the lifestyle you want, But because that was always a problem with sailing, is communication, and of course to do with trading. Even in the Caribbean, I lived down there for a long time. I lived in the Virgin Islands, and spent a lot of time in Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. I lived on St. Bart's, and Montserrat, and St. Kitts. And the big problem was always, if you wanted to trade or something, you were screwed. The internet was like 2 tin cans and a string. But if that Starlink is actually working like that and you can trade with it, boy, oh boy, does that open up a lot of avenues, or opportunities, I should say. I'd probably be pretty hard pressed to be 100% dependent on Elon Musk as anything he's got a hold of, but Harry says it works great. He was talking about some pretty weird, pretty low upload download rates as far as I'm concerned, because this is fiber optic over here, and look at the drags and crap I'm getting, but apparently not a problem. So that's good news. Yeah, affiliate links is a big one for sure, and courses, and then of course, everything's behind a paywall. Mentors, like you said, mentorship and all that bullshit. And I don't know exactly how it works, but YouTube pays a buttload of money for just ads, right? Just running ads once you get monetized, I guess. Boy, would I love that to happen. That would save my bacon. I'm going to be pretty bummed if I got to shut all this down and go figure out what else to do. Trades just like we do, futures. I mean, he's trading the same stuff. He's trading exactly like we are on Bookmap, and they was on IRT, and several of those guys have switched to Sierra Chart with Rod and those guys. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I was surprised too, frankly. The one thing I didn't pin him down on, but I'm relatively sure I know that is he trading like prop, sim something or another, or is he really trading like I am here with an AMP live account? Because, sim fills and stuff can be a little bit different if you're with a prop outfit. And I don't believe that that's the case, but that's the one thing that crossed my mind, and I didn't, want to call him out on it or challenge it. Boy, when we were in Puerto Rico, we tried to use a satellite dish. It was some giant, expensive piece of shit thing with Motorola, and I mean, it was like a 7-foot dish and all this kind of crap, and upload and download speeds were horrible and blah, 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 blah. It was a complete waste of time. It was not for trading, but something similar. Salinas, Puerto Rico. Nice island. Having its troubles, that's for sure. Well, they keep grinding it higher, and they're just going to keep doing that until now. Here we go with another breakout, huh? I'm just noticing that. So here's a bar, I guess. This distribution right here, I think, is how this is defined. So there's our breakout. Here we go, retest, and that would be, if I understand Jorgensen's methodology from some screen snaps and stuff, this would be as long. So yeah, it's working out pretty snazzy too. And I'm standing here bullshitting and I didn't even notice it. But I still don't have any kind of, any notice on the margins. Not that I could, it's okay, but I don't want to put on any more risk than necessary. But there you are. There's 10 handles right there. 2 more handles and that's a double target. All right, I'm gonna step away here and see what I can go forage for snacks. Well, how many times can you go to the well, huh? They're not being accepted up there in value, so if you want to believe any of that noise, yeah. I think it could very well retrace as you would hope. I'm going to, well, my eyes won't stop burning in water, and I'm going to go put some medicine in them here. Drops. I think all the damn stuff is just saline solution, I think. But makes them feel better, whatever. Yeah, I gotta get with those guys and get. I don't know how the hell I would ever code up that breakout and retest idea. Overwhelming. So let's check the music and see if that's gonna last while I'm gone. There's quite a few left, so that might work. Okay, I'm going to be away and then I'll be back. So there you go. Mind your wrist. I still haven't gotten any notification from AMP that the margins are back. So we'll see what happens. Ooh, heading your way there. Heading your way. Yep, have a good one. But it looks like it's heading back your way now towards that IB high. Well, let's see here. What happened now? We almost got back down to that IBI. Pretty close. What else is going on? Let's see over here. Still have a big unfinished auction on the top side as far as I'm concerned. Just look at it. Yeah. Take care, Antonio. If I'm not mistaken, we have bottom of the hour, we've got Trump, and then 1535 Trump again, and then 1630 Trump some more. So, yeah. Right here's a lot of risk ahead of us right now. I'm not sure he would say could say anything that would be very shocking, actually. So maybe not as much risk as we would normally assume on a, you know. We'll have to see. Still don't see any revised brokerage margin. Well, the usual thing I do at 1400 in the power hour is the backtesting stuff, but I'm sort of I guess the first thing to talk about is how I approach the market as far as my philosophy at this point, which is to approach the market or the trading as basically a random environment with millions of participants all making a statement one way or the other, what they think is going to happen, and so trying to predict where it's going is not very good, not very, doesn't have a very positive outcome usually. And I discovered from, reading and listening to lots of the most successful traders around that the way they approach the market is one of probabilities and the law of large numbers, utilizing the law of large numbers, which means as Tom Sosnoff says, trade often, trade small. The idea is essentially that you identify something that happens on a regular basis. Obviously, like the initial balance trades is every day. You don't want something that happens once a year. That wouldn't be very good. But if it's a clear event, like the initial balance, for example, and it happens on a frequent basis, then you can identify parameters that qualify that for an entry. You capture a statistically significant data set of that exact occurrence and those specific rules or parameters, and you decide if you find out mathematically if it's got an edge or not. And if it does, you take every one of those trades that presents itself in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest to the edge or the expectancy to your account. And these are not just, this is not something I cooked up. These is like Jim Simmons and Ed Thorpe. Thorpe and Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader and Paul Tudor Jones and Druckenmiller and if you listen to any of the really successful, not YouTube, look, I made 20,000 this month or whatever, guys, people, you'll find out that they all come around to talking about probabilities and expectancies, everything to do with SMB, for example. And so that's what I've tried to do, and I've tried to do that with the initial balance trades. It's also, by the way, the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They don't play any game on the casino floor that hasn't been thoroughly processed and identified as an edge with specific rules. And then when they put the game on the casino floor, their only goal in life is to take as many instances of that as they can in 24 hours. Play as many of those games as they can in 24 hours. And that relies on the law of large numbers to manifest to the bank, to their side of the balance sheet. So it's got a lot of history behind it, and it's got a lot of credence, I think. The trick is to do the backtesting properly so that you have a real identifiable and tradable set of parameters and setup, and then go from there. Now, it's also important to realize that we are in a zero-sum environment in futures trading. There is no possibility of ever having more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers in traded in the traded futures. We could have more buyers than sellers, hugely different in resting liquidity, but these are not trades. This is resting liquidity only. These are limit orders. And so it's important to understand that for every one of these buyers, someone was on the other side of that selling. Or, earlier, last night for every one of those sellers, somebody was on the other side of that taking those trades as buying. And they make money by moving the market the other way. That's where the old adage, or the old saying, the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down, comes from. Because it's a zero-sum environment. So, there you go. With regard to the backtesting, actually, where I do that is here. And this is the initial balance trades that I have worked out just on my own. There are two. There's the initial balance high and the initial balance low. And around each one of these is two trades. There's a market comes up as it did here. This system has 3 rules, is all. 3 rules for each one of these 4 trades. The IBC, or continuation trade, the IB failure, F, the IB failure long down here, and the IB continuation short down here. Now, these are unmanaged and just traded, and it's set up based on how I have configured it over here in the main setup. This is the one trade it took today. It got a T1 and then came back with this big candle down and took the stop. So it's a scratch. And it did not have another signal all day. This chart is only used for visualization by me to confirm the system is doing what I think it ought to. And I want to be real clear here and point out that I don't have confidence in my ability to code a trading system here in IRT that actually goes to my broker and trades live money. There's a big step from this, which is just backtesting, to live trading. And that is, think about the communication. You send an order, it goes to the broker, it goes to the exchange. The exchange answers back to the broker. It's been accepted. Has it been filled? At what price was it filled? That's transmitted back from the broker, from the exchange to the broker to the system, and then it's recorded over here. So there's that whole step that doesn't happen in here. And that's what I don't know how to do exactly, or haven't worked out completely yet. And I don't see any examples of it that I can use to more or less copy or build off of. So this is only for the back testing part, and I'm happy that it works well. This chart, as I said, has nothing to do with anything other than when I send it to the chart, it just graphically shows me where the outcome of what would be going on over here. And the way the system works is real simple. These are just these are not all to do with the trading. It's kind of, this is, back end housekeeping. These are the signals and flags, and this is the trade management bits down here. As I said, there's only 3 rules. There's an A, a B, and a trigger. Why those signal flags didn't show up over here is something that puzzles me, but anyway, trades did. This is also a bit confusing looking, because for every one of these trades in each direction, long or short, there has to be specific rules, because obviously this is done by the computer with 0 discretion. or interpretation. So, for example, if there's if there's going to be an IB continuation here, IB high continuation, there's 3 sets of rules for that, vice versa. So that's how it works. Now, the important thing is the computer evaluates every one of these rules every 1 minute bar. In the live market, this is what you get. When you're backtesting, right, I had it set up for 500 days. The instrument, the contracts, the session, reports I'm interested in seeing. Now imagine if you were going to try to do this yourself and go back and look at evaluate every 1 minute bar. Each one of these is a minute. Evaluate every one of these 1 minute bars over 500 days and determine if they are specifically and exactly as the rule has been written. And I mean, if the high penetrates this zone, it's the rule. If it's or if it closes in this zone, it's the rule. If it's only the high, it's not. You know what I mean? It has to be absolutely specific. Well, I worked out right away that I could never do that manually. And have it be accurate and have it be statistically significant. So I used the backtest. Wow, look at us go. Well, there's that top. We're going to get some taper up there at the top now, like I've been talking about, that the auction had been cut off at the top and we weren't seeing the and here comes Trump doing something in another 10 minutes, so let's see what happens. Well, I'll quickly go through this just to show you what's going on. Here's the backtest. Watch this. There you go. 498 days, 223,534 bars. 9 seconds. 872 trades, long, short, capital required, favorable excursion, daily, adverse excursion. And then we have some other intraday stuff that I find important right over here. System doesn't like, it's busy thinking here, and it doesn't like me doing this. 530 winning trades, 3110 average, and 154 losing trades, 1284 average. 41 consecutive winners, 5 consecutive losers. And on top of all of that, this thing is really slowing down, I'm sorry. It's got all of a sudden there's a lot of data coming through with that big pop on whatever that was. Whether it was just a stop run or what, I don't know. But the bottom line is this gives you a full report of each and every trade, all 872 of them, by the minute. The entry type, the exit type, etc. So that's how you do it. That is a real backtest. Instead of, I scrolled back for 3 weeks or 2 weeks or 10 trades or some stupidness like that. And then I take this one step further here, just quickly show you before. This is just completely ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous if the demands of complete capitulation and surrender and I will pick the next leader and all that stuff. Now, the war could be over this afternoon. If we said the war's over, we're not going to continue, the U.S. and Israel. But for any of this stuff to be meaningful in terms of we won, that's just, that would be really great for all the people who will not lose their lives. but I really find it hard to believe. Anyway, what I do is this. Every one of these lines is a back test. And this is just the MES. Here's some recent ones I was doing. Let's look at this one right here. So, no, let's see here what I want us to do. Oh man, that's this one right here. Is how I have this set up. The instrument, periodicity, 12-tick stop, 12-tick target, 48-tick T2, 2 contracts. When we achieve T1, it trails to entry. So there are all the details, winning trades, average trade, losers, average loser, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R multiple, risk to reward ratio, consecutive winners, consecutive losers. And if you want Sharpe ratio, Sortino, everything else can be calculated. There's a profit, there's the commissions, and there's the net. Now, that's a back test that you can lean on, I believe. And what I have to do now is get more than one of these setups done up, like just as I've done this. Doesn't have to be, I need to put a column in here for the trade type. I didn't even think about that because I was just working on the IBs, to be honest with you. But that's what I need to do, and then there we go. That's the way I believe you approach backtesting. So we're going to have whatever is going on. We see why there's a big pop in the market. Like anybody can believe that. Well, yeah, as I said, the war could be over this afternoon in 5 minutes if Trump said we've decided to cancel the war. We're not going to continue. There you go. It would be over. Will Iran keep fighting back in retaliation for the deaths and the death of the Ayatollah and those kind of things? Well, I would be kind of hard pressed to believe they would just quit and go, great, thank you so much. But maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. So that's backtesting. And that's why we're having, that comment is why we're having this. And we'll kind of do a market recap at the bottom of the hour like normal, and then the market on close imbalance at 1450. This is a crazy, crazy period we're in right now, boys and girls. You realize that. I have someone in mind to replace Khomeini. Like he has the authority to they've already picked the new spiritual leader. It's unless I'm wrong, is Khomeini's son. I wonder if, I'm not sure how much reality is really here. You know what I mean? I don't know what to say, and so I'm not going to say anything other than I would be extremely leery of anything being said here or wherever the hell those red ones were, up here, this kind of stuff. I would be really, really leery of any of this stuff. And Israel's going to just buy into all of this? I don't know. So, yeah, it's great. That would be great. That'd be really great. Pretty hard to believe, but really great. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that pop. Look at this candle. How that popped. Excuse me. This was a little kind of like this right here and that news. So yeah, as I said, that would be just great if that really happens. And we've just taken out the previous RTH high. Look at there. Oh, excuse me. That's one hell of a gap, huh? Gap rules have once again come to play. Not much to do here, because here was gap rules say that if we're accepted in value, they'll trade across value. And all of a sudden we were accepted, traded across, went out the other side in, less than a minute. Real interesting to hear what the response will be from Israel and Iran. That'll be great. I don't believe a word of it, but it'll be great. I mean, it's like, it would be really great if I woke up tomorrow and it would be, 35. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. Now there is more chance. Like I said, if the U.S. and Israel said, "Okay, we're done, war's over, we're not going to attack or bomb anymore," and then Iran said, "Okay, thank you, we won't retaliate," it would be over. But I find all of that pretty unbelievable. Look at this. When I was talking about having excess. Look at that. That's not the excess I was talking about. And that is essentially a string of singles or a spike. If we go down here, you're going to see a big... Look at that. Look at that spike. And now this should be a string of singles across here. Yeah, that would be truly great. So let's do the recap, I guess. Try to get back on my normal track here. Jesus, criminy Christ, huh? Look at that. That's pretty funny. This is the entire market gap rules. No, it doesn't really. It says relatively early in the session, so that's not the case. But look at there. We traded, we tagged close, and then we traded into value, across value, and out the other side in less than a minute, or in a minute. Best viewed right here, I guess. Look at a string of singles up here. Yeah, and down here, this story over here, still going. Still hitting it. That's the short squeeze they got going now. That's a short squeeze on the last couple of days of selling, I guess. Well, that's pretty fun to watch, isn't it? back here. Remember, this is Blue Boy. Oops, this is Blue Boy over here. He's just a visual cue for me. If I glance left and see this guy here, I know I've got the entire session in view, which is what I want, because I want to have the context always at the front of my mind. This is, book map, of course. I've been off. I haven't been trading. I've had the trade control panel off all day because of elevated risk, and I was doing other stuff here. So this is my assurance of not making a mistake and clicking somewhere and having a trade on I didn't mean to. I keep that open and off and watch it. I can also tell that it's off right here. Notice that it's not green. When that trade control panel is activated in any way, this turns green. So I'm a little overcautious, I guess, by having both of them open like this, but what are you gonna do? All right, so let's let's look at what's going on. I guess, here's the news. The news of the hour is it's this story here. Trump should be talking now. Let's get over to IRT. I talked for 25 minutes or every time about no upside finish on the market on the auction. Not expecting this, of course, but maybe somebody knew it was coming. What do we have else? Well, nothing on the trading side of life as far as the back testing. The opening range stuff is just as ridiculous as it always is. Let's see what's going on here. This has got to be pretty interesting. Well, it's down. It was 134% volume, about 1,300. But this is, look at here. We're now at 9.75 points ATR for 1 minute candle. We came off of 2 and change on that blurb from Trump. This is why I'm so fixated about pointing out the potential for critical risk, and I really hope that everybody understands it's not political on my part at all, but it's for reality. Okay? Look at what happened here with a tweet. Nobody knows if that's right. He just said that. That's not confirmed by anybody. That's not acknowledged by Israel or by Iran or by anybody else. But this is the potential risk, unidentified risk we can have from a tweet or speech or a word or a comment. So that's why it's really, really important and why I harp on it a lot every day. Because as traders, what our job is really risk management. Your fundamental job as a trader is to grow your account and preserve it. The only way you do that is risk management. How do you manage risk? You identify it, you establish a risk mitigation plan, you evaluate whether you want to subject your account to that risk or not. That's risk management. This is unknown risk. If you were long, you're happier than a pig in the mud. If you were short and you didn't have a stop in, you're out of business. This is 39 to 68. 60 handles. That's 660 handles right there. Essentially 6740 to 6806. More than that. Damn near 70 handles. In the blink of an eye. 2 minutes. We're in a real precarious environment where you've really got to be on your guard about risk. And I'm not saying anything wrong. I mean, I'm happy that Trump, like I said, I hope to Christ he's right. what a great piece of news. But it was out of no place. So a lot of risk, mean reversion people were probably trying to short up here, looking to get down to the mean again or something. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? And this could be the problem. It's running off the top still. So there we go. Okay, we'll go around here and look at the rest of this stuff. Jesus, that's quite the news, though, isn't it? What to say? I don't know. Oh, and now they're going to ease Russian oil sanctions because you know why this is the world shit all over these guys back in D.C. about the price of oil and all of that, gasoline and everything. And he realized that going into this midterm, he had just created a giant crisis for the economy, I guess, is why this is happening. Is my guess. And this is a huge deal. Does it sound realistic? I don't know. This is a huge deal. True or not, or possible or not, or whatever. You got me. But anyway. So this is what we have. He's speaking now. He's going to speak at 15:30, the bottom of the next hour, and then he's going to speak at 16:30 for a news conference. So this is going to continue on through our cash close and getting ready for our RTH Open. So I don't have any dreams of margins coming back to normal. This is going to go on for the next 2 hours, at least. So let's just look at how I do the news, and we'll take it from there. This is one of my 2 news sources. First of all, they're all free. That's why you see ads everywhere. My thinking is that anybody using the stream here or coming by the stream that's interested to use these resources, and I would encourage everyone to do so, because you need to be aware of what's going on politically. And this right here today, right now, what just happened is a real good reason. Great example of why you should be aware and keep your finger on the button and be risk averse, and at least risk aware and manage your risk. I like the investing.com economic calendar for screen snapping and posting into Discord or wherever. And these can both be filtered however you want to filter them. Wherever you live, whatever kind of reports you're interested in, no problem. Also, we're in earnings, and there's an earnings season, earnings calendar here that's continual. I'm still thinking about this news that's going on right now. Sorry. Now let's look at tomorrow. Not that it's going to have much. Well, we've got existing home sales and the ADP employment weekly change all tomorrow. Home sales at 9 o'clock. Pretty light calendar, huh? Wow. Pretty light calendar. The other news source that I use is the one we've just been looking at, and that's this one here. This is Financial Jews. And as I said, it's got a similar docket here, but they pull these random risk events into the calendar as quickly as they can get them. And I really, really appreciate that, as you have probably figured out by this last 5 or 10 minutes of narration here. And this side is like a squawk box where this stuff, as it happens, they start dropping it in over here. And this is where we'll see the market on closing balance at 1450. So yeah, it's all about the news. If you hear some trader goes, oh, I don't pay attention to the news, I log on at 9:35 and I'm done by blah, blah, blah. Well then, good for them. But they are not risk managing, in my opinion, and they probably won't have long to live in the trading market, because in the trading business, you can see, I think it should be really obvious to see what can happen if you're not aware of what's going on outside of this chart or your charts. Of course, nothing you can do about this, but you better, and I guess you could take that position of, I don't care about the news, I'm not going to listen, as long as you definitely trade with full brackets. And if you're trading a live funded account, as I am, this is funded by me, this is with AMP Futures, you better make sure that your stops and targets are service side, not local. Yeah, you're going to get slippage, of course, but you're going to get out, as opposed to you're going to get broke. So that's... yeah, no shit, absolutely, Antonio, Anton, absolutely. Yeah, this thing sitting there with a flat top all day, and then all of a sudden they knew that was, yeah, absolutely. That was my first reaction too, back a few minutes ago, when I was talking about the top of that auction's not done, it's been cut off, something's going on. Here we are, and then bam. Yeah, absolutely. And that's disappointing that in this environment, it's, I guess, to be assumed that anybody who can influence is going to get priority, I suppose somebody, here's 100,000 a month, just give me a little heads up on these news things. Nothing would surprise me anymore. So I'm gonna stand by. In another 5 minutes, we'll have the market on closing balance, which is kind of meaningless, but let's see what's going on with the charts in the meantime. We got a string of singles here like Christ was a carpenter. I don't understand where my singles markers went. Could be right here. Boomity boomity. They're gray. Singles markers right there. I don't know why it's not marking them, but maybe it's just me. I don't know. Definitely usually there, and there should be this is the first single, should be marker right there, the gray, and that looks right, but I'm not seeing the other one. But I don't understand. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. You got to admit there is nothing that they won't do to achieve what they want. That's for sure. I'll say one more time, I really hope that these things that are being said are the truth. I would also think it would be great if I would wake up and be 40 years younger and Santa Claus was real. That's about as likely, I think, as this stuff being real. Oh, now we're going to take over the Straits of Hormuz. He's got somebody in mind to replace the Khomeini. None of these things, I understand that this probably all makes a lot of sense in the mind of Donald Trump and maybe Stephen Miller. And it would be fantastic, I don't know, about take over the Straits of Hormuz or, put in their own leader. I don't know. I don't really think any of that would be any good. But the end of the war, yeah, that would be fantastic. But I don't see anything here or on any news. Israel, Iran. You know, we just blew the shit out of their country and killed their spiritual leader in the middle of Ramadan, the most holy month in Islam. Salam Ramadan, by the way, if anybody's Islamic and listening here. I can't imagine they're going to just take that land down. Yeah. And this inner, you know, front running the news and insider trading crap is really another brick in the wall that's really alarming to me as a trader and as a, you know, person about the integrity of the markets. And the reason that people came to America to invest, and the reason we have the largest markets, is because there was a rule of law. There was accurate, fair, and real reporting. There was no political involvement. Essentially, those are the three main reasons. And there was a stable dollar, the reserve currency. Shit's getting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's going to be on his scoreboard, I guess. But if Israel goes, oh yeah, okay, we quit, and Iran goes, oh, thank you so much, we quit, I guess it'd be over. But what happened? You know, and then things have come out that make it really seem negatively clandestine on the part of America. We've been smuggling arms into northwestern Iran for months to arm the Kurds to do the fighting on the ground, on the boots on the ground for America in this war. Oh man, that's those things are not good, I don't think, at all. And that's all out. That's all been aired. You know, that's been put out by the Inner Circle Squad there, the Random Risk Band. Jesus. Well, let's see what happens with at 15:35, and then we're going to have 16:30. Yeah, let's see what happens. That is pretty incredible. And the market on closing balance, of course, which is here we have them here. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at this. 2,167.7 million sell imbalance. Sell. 2 billion S&P 500 contracts. 1 billion NASDAQ sell. Dow 30, 34 million sell. Mag 7, sell side, 292 million. I guess if you wanted to sell 1 billion contracts and you did this and you sold right there with all that manufactured or engineered liquidity, that'd be a pretty good spot for the market to go. Market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. Zero-sum market, zero-sum business. Listen back here about 10 minutes and you'll see that. Hey, Lucky. Sorry to wake you up, buddy. Yeah, I'll be real interested to hear the rest of this stuff. I'm not sure how much of it I'm going to believe until I see some sort of, this is the stuff I see, right? They just, I don't care about these guys, but they just put Khomeini Jr. in as the Ayatollah or the Supreme Leader. We'll see what any of this has to say. There's going to be no more casualties in the Iran operation. They must have got a buttload of blowback. About all, you know, about this stuff, I guess. I don't know. Wow. Amphetamines, double stroke risk. What's this guy doing? I thought this guy was playing a trumpet, but I guess if it's about amphetamines, it's not. Oh, yeah. Wow, that is pretty special stuff we're having here. Never a dull moment, I guess, that's for sure. I find it kind of hard to believe that the Iranian people would just roll over and play dead after they've just had their Ayatollah murdered or killed and the shit bombed out of their country twice. You know, I really would find that hard to believe, but these days there's nothing I would find hard to believe, to be honest with you. Yeah, I wonder if that "I ended another war" counts if you're the one that started them. Does that count, you know? And if it does, then he could end, 50 or 60 of them if he would just keep it to himself. Just, go in the shower and make it all up and not have anybody hurt. That'd be great. He's definitely trying to get that Peace Prize one way or the other, huh? Huh. I wonder, yeah, well. Yeah, well, let's hope it's true. That'd be pretty quick. It was a 67 war, that 6-day war. That was Israel and Egypt, wasn't it? I think 6 days was really how long it took, or lasted, but I don't know how long this thing's been going. More than 6 days, though. I was going to say maybe got the record. Yeah, well, here it is, 3 minutes till the top of the hour. I'm definitely going to let this thing run just to see what happens. We've got another hour, so we're going to be able to pick up anything else that comes over the horn or the wire or whatever you want to call it here. Good for you. Yeah, I'll just let the stream here until we run out of market closes right at, at the 1500 is when I usually close the stream down, just because it's been 7 hours and that's got to be about enough. But we'll see this is pretty interesting drama. So now he's doing the round table, whatever that is, and then in an hour, in 30 minutes, he'll be speaking I don't know what the difference between Trump speaks and Trump news conference means. I guess maybe he's going to make some comments at the round table, I guess. You know, right here, and then or maybe I don't know. Yeah, who knows? We'll see what happens. I'll leave financial juice up, which is pretty much the quick one, and we'll let the book map run out here. But well, yeah, great, super. All I gotta say is, boy, there's got to be a lot of shit in those Epstein files. That's all I gotta say. Every time that blows up, some new, thing happens around the world here somewhere. I wonder if that'll ever come to light. I doubt it. Well, here's a bar for you if you want to try to trade a bar. Obviously now if you're trading prop or depending on your broker, if you're trading prop, you can't be trading. I don't think any of them will let you go past 3 or at least 310, 15 or 1510. I don't think. If you're trading your own account, of course, you could be trading right up till. If you've got a big enough account, you could be swinging it, but you've got to have your increased maintenance margin in place. That's some amazing volume. Typically, we're about 1.03 to maybe as much as 1.05. That's a lot of volume. That's a lot. There we go. There's my other. There's my singles. So 95 to 42. Holy crap. This is a string of singles here according to that. I guess this current price line covers that up at some point. I wouldn't have thought those were singles. For me, the singles would have been down here. And these would have been a string of singles here too. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I got to try to figure out a different layout maybe, where I can have my market profile vertical on 2 green wide, green high. Anyway. Okay, so I don't know whether he's still talking or not, or now it's what, something round table or something or another. Now it is a round table until 15:30, and then he's going to speak. I don't know whether the round table goes that hour or what happens. And then 16:30 is a news conference. So between the switchover, I'm gonna have to get one of the air pop things in here where I can just, put my feet up and get a cooler and some beer and popcorn and watch the show, baby. One thing about this administration, you gotta give it up for them. It is not boring very often. I can't remember ever seeing or at least paying attention to a press conference unless it was some, from Bush or Obama or Biden. Unless it was some sort of a, like I remember very definitely where I was when Bush Jr., announced that we were attacking Iraq, that kind of thing, but I don't remember. And this is like a, couple of events a week. It's pretty not boring, that's for damn sure. Yeah, let's see what this looks like on the big screen here. Yeah, well, there's 42. That's the bottom of them, but I would have thought that the singles are from right there. That's the way I knew singles was singles, right? Not, these are double prints here. I think. So I don't know why that single marker's not down here at the top of this. Well, I did, but not as like this. I was trading and sitting at my desk, and then I had a CNBC back in, that day when that was cool, going up there and watch the planes fly into the trade towers in 911. I've been monkeying around with this crap for a long time. Huh. I don't see why that's not there. Maybe if I go like this, get some more of those letters going on out there. Yeah, I guess that's what it was. I guess. There's 72, and unless I'm wrong, this should be a string of singles, and I don't see the upper marker. So that's pretty weird. Ooh, bummer. You know that Cantor Fitzgerald, right? What's his name? the cabinet guy with the ponytail, the commerce secretary, I forget his name. Cantor Fitzgerald was on the floor where the airplane hit. He was somewhere else. His brother was killed in that 911. Yeah, I was in Miami, Coconut Grove, actually. I had come back from Africa to trade. Specifically, I had decided that this was the greatest opportunity that there was, and I was going to come back and make it. It was going to be my life. Well, and I'm still doing this. Couple of there's several hiccups and diversions along the way is the problem. I guess. I guess we're in the hole now until what's his name gets around to it. I'm not seeing that upper end of these singles. That's pretty weird. I wonder if I turn them off and on or something, what will happen there? Didn't want to do anything now. Label singles with extreme price of profile. No, I don't want to do that. I want to label them with where they are. Still not doing the top one. I have no clue why. No clue. Well, if you're a real brave boy, you can do the bar trade that's setting up over here. I'm assuming and I hope that you weren't in your office that day. Yeah, you too, man. Have a great rest of your time, and congratulations again to your son on his hard-fought weekend. And nice talking to you. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 0800 as usual for the entire day. So again, I hope that's the plan anyway. I'm gonna just let this run until 1400. We'll see if he comes out with something at 1530, and I will, there will be no stream on, nor any market at 1430. So we'll just have to monitor the press conference. And what we're talking about here is apparently they're in a round table, and then he's going to speak, I'm assuming, after the round, at the end of that round table at 15:30, and then 16:30 is this news conference. That's what we're assuming. I'm assuming. And here is, all the stuff that happened everywhere. And if they just bombed the shit out, and apparently one of the other problems that's going on is they have gone through pretty much, ooh, wow. Wow, that's good for you. Good luck. And wow, it's a little too close for comfort there to me. Apparently, one of the problems with this war was we were going through munitions, like, Grant took Richmond, and they weren't wondering if it was going to last, if it they would hold out. So there might have been a lot of, what shall we say, marginal planning at some point. I don't know. I have no clue. It's just stuff I see on the news, and there's only a couple of news sources I use, primarily ground news, and I don't ever look at any of the normal ones, the spin doctors. I don't go there. Ground news is interesting if anybody cares. It's completely, they absolutely break it down by typical spin, and if you look at an article, they'll say how many sources, what the split of the sources were, who the reporting sources were, and what their average, in other words, if it was all Fox News, for example, it would be all right-handed stuff, and if it was CNN or whoever, it would be left probably. But they and from everywhere in the world, like which is the only way I can figure out to find news that's not spun somehow. And they'll show a blind spot like this thing over here. Look at this shit. Muslims don't belong in America. Wow. I guess he didn't read the part about religious freedom. Oof. That's scary rhetoric, because you got guys with orange ball and red ball caps on that are got the band too tight, and they're gonna run around and do stuff, I think. Wow, that's terrible. All right, I'll let the stream run here and have the news source and the market until we have 1500. I'm gonna be standing by. Yeah, yeah, they were running out of spending billions on munitions. Apparently running out. I don't know whether any of that reporting is true or not, but yeah, what to say, eh? Gotta get my shit together with it. Which window is doing what here? I'll be really interested to hear any feedback from any of the other players. Specifically, of course, Netanyahu, and I don't know who is doing the talking now for Iran, whether it's the new Khomeini or whether it's the president, but somebody over there. Obviously, it's, not a one-way street. Maybe. it's kind of questioning, and it's kind of confusing to me. It says, oh no, never mind. I'm looking at time zones. The difference is this docket is converted to my Central Standard Time, and this story over here is Eastern Time. So it's I didn't notice that. Never mind. Amazing, the reporting is being done on freaking social media. Jesus Christ, what is going on? I don't know what's happening. Anyway, I'm going to shut her down here at the top of the hour when the session closes. for the switchover. So it's going to be the press conference will be at the bottom of that hour of the next hour. So I can't stream it anyway. So not to bother. Obviously, this is completely unconfirmed. There's no, the important players are, nobody else is weighing in on this stuff. Granted, it's in the wee hours of the over there in the Middle East. My. Well, I don't think there's any reason to struggle along here with this. I'm going to basically close it down like usual. Unusual to be on a stream up so long. Remember that I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and set up everything through 1500, which is the cash close. Today was, of course, atypical with all this late minute news. You see you see this big jumbo spike right here based on some news about the Iran war. The news is right here. This is financial juice. It's real important to know that this is completely unconfirmed by anybody else. Now there's this was the roundtable. This is him speaking to the roundtable folks, which are apparently the GOP lawmakers. And then he's going to have a news conference at 14:30. These times are Central Standard Time, as are all the times on my charts, and that I'm when I'm referencing them or narration here. So tomorrow morning, I would suggest that you be real cautious tonight in the ETH. I'm certainly going to be. The intraday margins were raised. I had 3 emails through the course of the last, starting at about 1700 last night, then at midnight, and then this morning. And they have never been brought back down to normal yet. So I don't know who your broker is, or it's up to you, but make sure you check. And going to be real interesting to watch the overnight. And then tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, the pre-market. Set all the systems up here and the trading platforms, etc. Do see what numbers we're looking at in the morning. And new home sales, I believe, is the only one out for America. But obviously this Iran thing is going to be the news du jour for the next little while. And let's hope it's true. That's all I got to say. We don't need people dying anywhere. That would be great. So have a great rest of your day. This session is going to close down at the top of the hour, and then I'm going to break my systems around and switch everything over to the ETH session for that RTH Open at 1500 Central Standard Time. So, like, subscribe. I really appreciate you dropping by the stream. I'm only in it for the likes and subs, so that would be a real honor. I'd really appreciate it. And, share it with your best trader friends. That's going to do it for me. 7, almost 8 hours standing here. That's enough.